This conference will now be recorded.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming to the regular board meeting of the Basin Municipal Water District. Before we get started, I'd like to greet you all in the spirit of water reliability and in the spirit of water use efficiency, as well as in the spirit of making water conservation a California way of life. With that, I'd like to call this meeting to order. And see if we have a quorum. Do we do a roll call? Should we do a roll call?
Happy to do that for you, President Williams.
Okay, please.
Director Alvarez. Here. Director Houston. Here. Director Deere. Director Gray.
Here.
And President Williams.
Here. Now we will go on to the item number 3 on our agenda, which will be the Pledge of Allegiance. And Gloria Gray, our director from the 2nd Division, will in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you very much. If you would place your hand over your heart and stand if you choose, we will begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic
which
for which
stands
one nation under God, indivisible,
with
with
liberty.
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to item number 4 on our agenda, public comments. Public comment.
President Williams, at this time, we do not have any submitted public comments. There are any people attending this meeting virtually. If they'd like to make a public comment, please feel free to. Yes, thank you very much, President Williams. As we saw earlier, we do have Ms. Nadine Leslie here from Suez, and I'd like to have our Executive Manager of Engineering Operations, Barkov Mazurlian, introduce the annual Suez presentation.
Thank you, EJ, and good afternoon, President Williams and members of the board. Yes, West Basin contracts with Suez Environmental Services, otherwise known as Suez, to operate and maintain our recycled water treatment facilities. Those facilities include the Hyperion Pump Station, the Edward C. Little Water Recycling Facility in El Segundo, as well as the satellite plants in Carson, Torrance, and El Segundo again. As we do every year, representatives from Suez are here today to present an annual report to the board, discussing some of this past year's challenges, accomplishments, and sharing some stats, some production numbers, and highlights from this past year. With us today is, of course, Lorenzo Guidolin, the project manager from Suez, who will be, I believe, presenting most of the slides that you'll see today. Also with us is David Schneider, California General Manager from Suez, President of Suez Environmental Services, Mr. Xavier Castro, and as you know, Nadine Leslie, Chief Executive Officer of Suez North America. So without further ado, Lorenzo, I'll pass it on to you to start the presentation.
President Williams, members of the board, good afternoon. I'll be leading this presentation to go over the annual report for year 2020. So I want to get started quickly going over an agenda that I prepared here. Today we're going to discuss what was a very successful year for us and West Basin working together. We're going to go over some key performance indicator for 2020. We're going to talk about how we face and successfully face the pandemic challenge. And then we're going to go over some of the achievement and successes that we reached together. And then we're going to renew our support, to continue working together and achieve your goal and objectives. Having said that, I'll give the stage to our president, Javier Castro. Javier,
Thank
take it
you,
away.
Lorenzo. Actually, I think that Nadine is going to say some introductory remarks.
Thank you, Xavier, and good afternoon again, President Williams and Board of Directors. It's a pleasure to see you, and Director Alvarez. Nice seeing you. We haven't had a chance to meet in person, so it's a pleasure for us to be here and present the results of a year that I think we will all remember. 2020 was an unprecedented crisis that we had to manage. And I want to thank the West Basin staff that have been there with us managing this crisis. And I'm very pleased to report that our employees, are doing well. And the cases that we have had have been, in general, with minor symptoms, with employees being able to return to work and ensuring business continuity. Because at the beginning of the crisis, what was key for us was the health and safety of our employees and our clients, ensuring business continuity and ensuring that the financial performance where West Basin needed to in terms of production and delivery. And despite all the ups and downs that the 2020 has brought and the many challenges, I'm pleased to report that together, working in very close collaboration with West Basin, we were able to overcome those challenges, show our resilience, our preparedness in terms of crisis management, and as you will see through the presentation, achieve exceptional results in an unprecedented crisis. So I would like to also take the opportunity to update you on a couple of things. I think one is the Veolia transaction that you are all aware that last year in early September, Veolia had bought 29.9% of the share owned by NG at the time. So they were Suez shared, and they shortly after expressed their intention of actually doing a full IPO and buying the full shares of Suez. So where are we today? It's almost a year later. So quite a few progress have been made with, as you know, for any major transaction, the succession of regulatory approvals that have been obtained, starting with antitrust. So for the U.S., antitrust have been obtained and approved. But we still have many other regulatory approvals that we'll have to go through between now and the end of the year. The plan is, and the objective for Veolia is to have the transaction closed at the end of the year. We are working in collaboration with them to make that happen. I have been in contact with the executive management of Veolia since early May, working on the preparation for day one. And I will keep you in the loop. But what does that mean for West Basin? No change really. The local team will remain exactly the same. Xavier will continue to be the president of Environmental Services. I will continue to have my job, and maybe the title may be slightly different, but we will see as we move forward. But at this stage, I wanted to provide an update to you, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them before we move on to the annual presentation. So if not, what I can tell you is that our focus will continue to be on health and safety because the pandemic is not over. We all know that we have a new variant. So we continue to focus on that and protecting our employees, ensuring business continuity. And really, overcome the various water quality challenges that from time to time we have with Hyperion. I think there is one challenge going on right now. I'm sure that Lorenzo will speak about that. And reiterate our commitment to take care of the facility and ensure that you all are fully satisfied with the services that we are providing. So these were my comments. If you have any questions, please, I'd be happy to answer. If not, Lorenzo and Xavier, I'll let you to move to the core of the presentation.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. Javier,
Yes,
do you have anything you want to add on?
yes. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm having some connection trouble, so I want to make sure that you're in. Thank you, President Williams, member of the board. Good afternoon. Very happy to be with you today over Italy. I'm sorry that once again we cannot travel due to COVID, but I hope we can resume our travel soon. Following Nadine's remark, what I wanted to focus on is really the COVID. And I wanted to mention what we have done to answer the COVID crisis, both at North America level and also more specifically at West Basin level. So overall in North America, we have totally adapted to this crisis, which is actually more of a catastrophe than a crisis. And as Nadine mentioned, our priorities since day one have been to first protect our employees and also to ensure continuity of service, which I'm happy to report that we have successfully achieved all across North America. During this almost year and a half crisis, we've had overall 73 positive cases. And at some point, we had 45 cases at the very same time. We also mobilized 4 new contracts despite the pandemic, and we did it successfully. So overall, despite the crisis, it's been a successful year, both for operations in West Basin, as well as the operations across North America. We have, as you can see on the slide, we have a task force that we have put in place since the very beginning. We constantly track data as the situation was constantly in evolution. It's very important for us to anticipate as much as possible. You can see the last breakpoint, for instance, of the chemical supplies tracking, which has been a very important tool for us. We had customized operating contingency plans that we keep changing as the situation evolves. And finally, obviously, all the global measures to protect employees against the virus. Now, if we focus specifically on West Basin, and first I would like to thank all the teams, because I think that we had a great collaboration, which has enabled us to go through these crises with success despite the challenges. We've had overall 5, and you will see there will be more information later in the presentation. There's actually a nice chronological presentation of all the events and the actions since the beginning of the crisis. But a few elements I like to highlight. So first, despite the crisis, we've been able to continue maintaining the operations, as I said, but also to deliver on some of the key initiatives, such as the energy and the chemical optimization plans. And Lorenzo will shortly say more about this. We've had overall 5 employees that tested positive. The first case was during the summer of 2020. Then we are the rest of the cases around the very end of the year, between December 18 and 31st. And then we've had almost 6 months, actually 25 weeks, with no positive case whatsoever, which was extremely encouraging. We do have now, and we see this almost everywhere, that cases are coming back. We do have 1 current positive case, who is actually an employee who has been vaccinated. And I think that this is really a testament to the vaccine in reducing symptoms because this person actually is suffering very minor symptoms and is on the return to our protocol. But it's also an example of really a breakthrough infection. Maybe the last element I would like to mention is, as mentioned by Nadine, as part of the overall corporate donation that we've done, because we do recognize that we play an essential role in the critical infrastructure as well as the social obligation that we have to the community that we serve. You will see, I think it's on the very last slide, that we donated $25,000 to UCLA Medical Center. Our donation program is a very rigorous program that is audited every year. So again, I know that 2020 will be forever associated with the global health pandemic, but I think it's important that we recognize that despite this unprecedented times, West Basin interest teams made a successful 2020. Thank you very much. I'm available, obviously, for any question that you may have.
Thank you, Javier. So I guess started going through the presentation. So we defined this as a successful year. So as Javier and Nadine said, we made it through the pandemic breakout without any operational impact. That means that we never had to reduce our ability to treat water or operate the facility due to lack of personnel affected by COVID. This was done through, very accurate planning that we did at the beginning, when we have different scenarios from the best case to the worst case scenario, so we would be ready for any type of situation where we would have lose employees. But luckily, the prevention plan was the best thing that we could have done to prevent any operational impact, and that's how our approach was, play on the prevention. We achieved an excellent safety record. As far as health and safety on site, we maintain excellent compliance records as the previous years. We work side to side with your engineering, operations, and water quality departments on 5 major capital improvement projects that were ongoing in 2020, and also on the master planning effort, which was pretty much for the full year of 2020. We work sharing data, providing data to the consulting firm that was hired. We helped with the hydraulic modeling that was done in August with 15 minutes interval data, and so a lot of work performed together with your team and your consulting firms. We delivered the chemical and energy optimization plans that were part of the new contract, and they were set to be delivered by June of 2020. Then, as far as in-house activities, we continue to repair and rehab the critical equipment to extend the asset life, rely on our asset management department and the ability to identify the priorities for the repair. And then we started a new membrane replacement cycle. As you know, membranes needs to be replaced for the most every 5 years, and late last year there was quite a few membranes that we started to replace, and this effort is still ongoing in 2021. I want to show you a quick dashboard here for a few departments. Environmental compliance, starting from the left, we had more than 50,000 compliant results. That makes it 99.96% of compliant result. The few that are not are the ones caused by the drought on high chlorides or high TDS, which are kind of out of our control. 89% of those lab tests are completed in-house on the lab that is here at the main facility, ECL. On the operator side, we continue to invest on our operators. It was a little challenging in 2020 because COVID shut down all the testing centers. So with all these operators ready to go take the test, but they couldn't, at least for most part of the year. We're putting a lot of focus on advanced water treatment certification, which is a new prominent certification, which will be more important moving forward. We already have our chief plant operator that has passed the grade 3 of that certification, and we have more staff ready to take it here in the next few weeks. On the human resources side, our employee turnover was low, 9.3%, being average for this industry about 15%. So that's a good achievement. We only had 1 internal promotion, And on the health and safety side, we had one OSHA recordable injury, but no lost time due to the incident. Moving forward and digging a little bit deeper on numbers and data, I want to show you some production comparison between 2020 and 2019. So the total Hyperion secondary effluent that we treated went up actually 3%, mainly driven by the better production that increased by 10%. And there was a story, two sides here. On the beginning of the year, the demand was higher towards 13, 14 MGD, but then toward the end of the year, the county was doing some repairs, so they lowered the demand, and so the average came in about 11.3 million gallons a day. The story on the disinfected tertiary and the refinery is actually mainly driven is a decline from 2019 because of COVID. Mainly the refineries have to face unprecedented drop on gasoline demand and jet fuel, so they have to cut their production. So, but in consequence, by cutting their production, they will need less water for their processes, and that's why our refineries production demand dropped between 1 and 12%, and with the bulk of the decline being between March and May when the stay-at-home order was issued. There was a partial recovery of the second half of the year, but we're still actually seeing the recovery now as we move into 2021 and the economy reopens. So we're definitely picking up more demand week after week. Last KPI related to production, we were able to reduce the unscheduled shutdown now by 75% from previous year. This is the chart on the right. I want to show you how, we're at a minimum, at a low, a number of scheduled and unscheduled shutdown. And this is a testament of all the work that's been done on the previous years to fine tune and optimize and have better reliability in the process. Moving forward, talking about some of the plant influent water quality, this remains a challenging water to treat due to the variability of the streams that come from Hyperion. For example, in the month of August 2020, we had the biggest monthly average that we ever recorded on 39 parts per million of total suspended solids. So that definitely, put some additional effort there to maintain everything in compliance. The other trend I want to show you is the ammonia actually here in April and May that kind of actually dropped. There was an unusual drop as the ammonia historically has been climbing year after year, but this was driven by COVID, as probably the texture of the wastewater in Los Angeles changed during the COVID time, so there was actually less ammonia in the water. On the right side, I like to keep a comparison with 1995, the beginning of these operations, and we can see how all the parameters have increased, but strictly comparing 2020 to 2019, all the parameters, turbidity, dissolved solid, suspended solid went up, with the exception of the ammonia that dropped, but the driver was actually COVID, and was not any other reason in particular. So we expect that to come back up again this year. Another chart here to show the trends for the last 3 years by the main plant. So the Hyperion effluent kept growing, barrier kept growing, Title 22 on the declining side for different reasons, but the yellow bar is the one that's for 2020. Driven mostly by COVID, and we can see it here on the refineries on the right side, where we can see the drop in 2020, definitely very visible for all the refineries for the reason that we explained before. We're seeing a pickup in demand across the board, at least as of 2 weeks ago. These numbers look like they're trending higher. So hopefully, the economy stays open so we can continue to see the trends growing in production. Now I want to show you a little bit of a timeline that I shared last year on the annual presentation, but I updated it to show, until the end of the year. This is, well, very familiar with this. I'm not going to go through every box, but just a reminder that in the last summer, after the first wave, we felt maybe we had a good handle on the pandemic, but we really got hit hard in October, November, December. The November 10, that's when the hospitalization rate really started to creep higher. And we did have to increase our threat level of response to COVID to number 4. That's the highest level. That's when we start to have cases in-house here in the workforce. The peak was January 1st with the highest number of cases, and since then it's been all downhill. And then the vaccination came in April, and then now, we're able to operate on threat level 2. That means that we're on a hybrid setup where the critical workers are here, but the less non-critical workers are still working partially remotely. And another slide here to talk and give some credit to the staff that actually was the essential workers. I gotta say, I'm very proud of our essential workers, meaning the operation staff, the maintenance staff, the lab staff. They have to be here every single day, no matter what. From the beginning of the pandemic, have to drive to work when the freeways are empty and the news are all negative about what's going on out there. So very proud of the team, of what they have to do, especially at the beginning of the pandemic. There was a lot of uncertainty of what this virus was, what the effects were. There was no cure for it. So we can't take that for granted. And I think I'm very proud of the team and the way they put this challenge up for themselves, and they came through. We had to, as Javier said, we had 5 positive cases. But what's important is that there were none of them were workplace transmission, in a sense that because of the screening we did to each employee every day, these cases were isolated already before they became positive, in a sense that the employees were already at home with some partial, very small symptoms, so they were already at home as a precaution. So by the time we knew they were positive, there was enough separation between them and the rest of the staff. And so that was very good. We had a contact tracing very efficiently done here with the help of our HR manager. In each cases, we have to go back and do contact tracing and make sure that everybody else was fine. So I have to say this adds a lot of work on top of what we have to do on the day-to-day to run the facilities. So I'm not going to say that was easy, but it's definitely, we have to handle what we're given every single day, and we just took it day by day. We made all the signs around the facilities compliant with what the LA County Department of Public Health asked us to do. And we also work with West Basin admin staff to create a set of signs that were standardized both for Donald Deere building and all the facilities. So that was that very helpful from West Basin admin department. So having talked about COVID and the challenges, I want to show some highlights of things that we've done. For example, on December 9, we have to respond to a power outage that affected all 4 facilities, the main plant and the 3 satellites, all at the same time. What it seems, it was like a region-wide power bump on the grid, and all of a sudden we lost equipment in all facilities, and it came to a time where the facilities, the satellites were now stopped. So there was a lot of overwhelming flow of information coming in the control room, but within 45 minutes we were able to get all the processes back up and running. This was kind of unprecedented. We really never seen something like that before, where a region-wide issue on the grid creates that, and it was definitely an experience to see everything kind of going down at the same time. Then we responded to 11 other power outages, across the facilities, more like isolated events, different reasons, caused by, just maybe a bird striking the power lines or a car accident knocking down the pole. But that's part of, what we have to do, be ready to respond on these events. We have a good communication with Uzi and Susanna on the operation department side. We have a good communication with Southern California Edison when these things happen. So a lot of those things makes the response easier. The fact that communication is very well taken care of. We also work side to side with the engineering department at West Basin to assist on the day-to-day of this capital projects that I'm sure you're very well aware of. So I'm not going to go through the list, but that requires a lot of coordination, especially when on site, the contractor needs to take the power off of a panel or they need some help. So we have our own point of contact on our side and communicate very well with your team to make things happen and keep things moving. We rehab 3 booster pumps here in the Tahoe 22 process that were the impellers were coming due to end of life after 15 years in operation. Took a lot of work. Have to set up some temporary pumps while the other pumps were rehab. The challenge here again was the social distancing, the need to work with a crew more like than 2-3 people and working together, social distance, so it was definitely additional time that has to be spent there for planning. And as I said before, we started on the membrane replacement cycle for Chevron, Torrance refineries, and Marathon refinery. Moving on, a few numbers here. When it comes to the groundwater recharge regulation and what it takes to keep the microfiltration and the reverse osmosis running. I like to have some numbers just so we can understand the magnitude of the effort. We replace more than 1,000 membranes. We perform 41 reverse osmosis chemical cleaning plays, which is about 2.5 cleanings per train in 1 year. And on the top right here, the 734 pin modules. Pinning is an activity that helps to keep the microfiltration integrity. And in the groundwater recharge regulation, the integrity is so important to maintain the equipment and maintain compliance. So this number of pin modules increase as the fiber gets older. So that's why we have more this year. But the result is that we have 0 compliance violation on the groundwater regulation, and really it takes the whole team to make this a success. It takes operation, maintenance, engineering, lab. It's just like gotta work all together, and everybody have to help each other to make it a successful effort. I mentioned the lab because we do have a lab here on site, and they do a lot of work behind the scenes, and I'm happy to report that they score 100% on the 2 proficiency tests. One is done as part of the ELAP requirement, and one is actually an internal proficiency test that we do with Suez Corporate. And on both tests, they score 100%, so that's excellent. We did work, the lab was very important component on the study that we did to see if the solids, and to kind of characterize the solids that we generate on site to do a feasibility study and see if it was possible to come up with a solution that is different than the current one. So there was a lot of testing done together with coordinated through Kevin Cullen in the engineering department and Susanna Lee in the operation department, our lab, and our engineering too. So a lot of effort to get all these tests, all these different water streams from all the waste that we generate. And so we have a lot of data now available for that. So it's pretty good. On the side, the lab also provided support for a joint study with the light sanitation for PFAS, PCB, and mercury. And we supported a USC study related to ozone and chlorine. And we're always actively involved in the ELAP new regulation development, which is a little bit shaping a different future for the lab. So we're very much involved in that with our staff. Moving forward, I have a couple of slides here. One is for chemical optimization plan, and one is for the energy optimization plan. Basically, what we've done is to go and look every chemical that we use in these facilities in the process. So we know exactly that ferric chloride, we can see on the bottom right, ferric chloride and sodium hypochlorite are the one that we purchase more, so we get more bangs for our bucks to optimize those applications for sure. So 2020 will serve as a baseline. We start to normalize data to understand, to understand better the trends. This trend shows that on a normalized base of how many tons of ferric chloride per MGD produced, we're actually, since we started this process here about what the blue line started, we're able to lower that consumption even if the TSS, which is the green line, keeps going up. So when you feed chemical, it really is related to how much solids you have in the water. So the green line tells me that we're getting more solids from Hyperion, and we're making an effort to use less chemical, and that's the blue line. It shows that despite the solids going up, we're making an effort and to use less chemical. And this is done through a lot of work with the operation department to review the standard operating procedure we have and improve the communication and really, put all our resources trying to optimize this. And this is just an example, but that we're doing here on the Title 22 side. On the energy optimization plan, again, 2020 will be used as a benchmark. We provided some proposals for what we call energy conservation measures. Some of them will require operational modifications. Some of them will require equipment upgrades. We are doing a study around the effectiveness of ozone, and because it's ozone obviously is an energy-intensive process. And we presented this. There's some opportunities there that we'll further discuss about the ability to use the California Code 4217 for the implementation of some projects. On the right, I just want to show an example as we index the consumption at the pump station. We can see as with the use of the new pumps last year that were installed during the expansion project, these pumps are more efficient, so the cost of energy per million gallons pump is actually coming down. So that shows the benefit, for example, of that project. Moving on toward wrapping up the presentation, talking about staff development. We really consider staff development always very important. We have worked together with the other agency regarding the AWT certification for advanced water treatment. On the right here, you see a picture. Actually, when I look at that picture, I think we've done that 3 years ago, but the reality is that this was done right on January 2020. It was a joint workshop about where CWEA came on site to talk about this new advanced water treatment certification, and there's staff from our plant, but also from other agencies were in attendance. And if you notice, nobody's wearing masks because it was pre-COVID. And when I thought about this picture, I thought it was done 3 years ago, is really because when COVID hit, it really draw like a line on the sand on things, and it really changed the way we operate. It put so much more work and stress on all of us. So when I see something that was done just a couple of weeks before, it feels like it's been an eternity ago. So that's kind of just a personal comment to see how COVID has affected us and the timeline of events that when we go back in time to remember. But anyway, we have despite the challenges, there was four staff that were able to achieve some certification in the operation lab and engineering department and EH&S. So we're always proud of seeing staff that take the time to get more preparation and develop their skills for their career. We do have also a team of experts that are a part of the technical support team that SUEZ Corporate provides us. A few names here. We do have 2 full-time engineers with master degree that comes through a program through SUEZ. It's a fully funded program from SUEZ North America, and they help us a lot with projects and pilots and research on data digging and things like that. So Here at the bottom, we have all this technical support. With some are from corporate, and actually some of them are here local on the right. They actually help us to keep the communication going with the refineries as well, because they're actively involved also with the refineries. And that's it for my presentation. Just a picture of our staff engaged with the face cover now. And with that, I'll say, big thank you. We're proud to be here. We understand the importance of this plant and this recycling program. And I just want to say our staff is very much committed. There's a lot of sense of ownership, and we're very grateful to get this opportunity from West Basin.
Thank you, Lorenzo.
If there's any questions.
Thank you, Lorenzo. This is Barkov again, board members, and thanks again to Suez and their team who've been dealing quite a bit of challenges in the last couple of weeks with influent water quality coming in, and their experience and their knowledge of not only our facilities at West Basin, but of the the institutional knowledge that developed over the years have come in handy in the last few weeks as we deal with some of the influent water quality that we've been receiving. So a big thanks to them. And then with that, we'll be happy to open up for questions for any of the Suez presenters today.
Mr. President, can you hear me?
Yeah, Director Gray, can you hear me?
Yes. May I
Yes.
speak?
You can, yes.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you to the Suez team. Thank you, Nadine. It's great to see your face. Hopefully we get each other in person. And thank you to Lorenzo and Javier for the report. It was very, very comprehensive, very informative, and just to hear all the work that has been done along with the West Basin staff. I want to thank West Basin staff because you do work as a partnership in making sure that the ETSI level it continues to be operational in a positive way, and I appreciate that. Just to make note of the fact that we have been in a pandemic. We're trying to not be in another pandemic, but to listen to the report from your staff was very impressive that we could still operate the plant in a very positive way, because you understand the plant is very important not only to West Basin but to the whole region. Water recycling is a very important source of water to our entire region. So I just want to thank you, Nadine, Javier, Lorenzo, all of your staff, and West Basin staff, EJ and Markev, and everyone involved in making sure that that plant continues to operate at the best that it can be. Again, thank you for the information today.
Thank you, Director Gray. And for us, it was really a team effort. I think that when you're in a crisis, we put our head together, and Barkev, Uzi were right there with us. And in many emergency for the power outage and others at late hours and early hours. So I want to thank them because you put a trust in us. We inform you when things are going well and when we have to manage challenges, and you're always by our side to ensure that things are done timely and prevent any interruption of services. So I really appreciate your support and team effort with us.
And thank you for saying that, Nadine, because it really is a team effort. West Basin has great staff, Barkev and everyone involved in the plant, and certainly under the leadership of EJ as our interim GM, and everyone involved, because this partnership has been going on for a very long time. I think it's been a successful partnership, and it is a team effort, and certainly that's been exhibited these last few months, over a year, because of the pandemic. So again, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, well, thank you. Anyone else, any other board member? Well, I want to say thank you so very much for all that you do and you're doing for us, and especially there are no violations. It's very, very important for us. So thank you, Nadine and team.
Thank you, President Williams, and just want to reiterate you can count on our support to continue to deliver excellence on your behalf.
Thank you. All right, and that the Director Houston.
Sure, real quick. Thank you, Nadine, and to the whole team. I just wanted to say a couple of things, and one is that we all know this has been a very challenging year for everybody, actually a year and a half, and we're still in it. And so I just wanted to thank Suez and your staff for being in cooperation with West Basin. I think that we've been working together a lot better than had done potentially in the past, and I know that that's occurred. But also realizing that this past year and a half, I mean, your employees are basically essential workers, and they were showing up every day. They were there at the plant when a lot of other people got the opportunity to work from home. So I just want you to know that's not lost on us, that they kept the place running, and both with our West Basin staff and Suez. And I wanted to two things actually. I noticed in the pictures you had a check you presented to Harbor UCLA Medical Center, which that's pretty neat. What exactly was that for or about?
Yeah, so during the middle of the pandemic, at the group level, the executive committee at the group level in Paris met and questioned how can Suez provide some support to the communities that we serve in their fight against the pandemic. So, medical facilities were the one that we were just trying to support across the board. So the parent company was very engaged and seek some input from us, and we were able for North America, so I mean in the US and Canada, the parent company granted us close to $1 million that we could spread to all the facilities that we are present in. And so so with the local team, it was this particular medical center was selected, and it was an honor for us to provide some support during that very challenging time.
Good. And the other question I did have too, and I didn't hear it answered, I missed it, but what is our sort of vaccination rate with the employees at the plant? Is everybody vaccinated at this point?
So I can.
Yes, I'm
Sorry.
going to let Xavier answer. Not yet. We did a very, very strong campaign to encourage people to get vaccinated. We are not there yet. At the corporate office in New Jersey, we reached 80%, which is a good number. I wish I could tell you that's 80% across the board, but unfortunately, not that close yet. Two reasons: some of our employees do not declare that they are vaccinated, although they have been, and we just had a case that in West Basin that we confirmed that. But it has been a challenge, and we are looking at actually had a discussion this morning with the team with the Delta variant really being a concern. How can we engage our staff even more? We have not made it mandatory at this point, but we are starting to have some discussions on how can we really strongly encourage our employees to be vaccinated. Xavier, I let you add a few comments. You have been working with Lorenzo on that.
Right. So the actual number as of today for West Basin is 44% of vaccination rate. But I would please ask you to take this with a grain of salt, because we have two challenges. So first, as Nadine say, is we strongly encourage our employees to get vaccinated, but they are not, we cannot force them. And the second element is in the data that we collect, we know that a lot of employees don't always disclose. So we think that the 44% is probably underrepresented, but we don't have an exact number. And as Nadine was saying, the positive case that we have right now is actually a perfect, if I may say, case in point, because we know he's vaccinated. We did check. He gave us a copy of his vaccination proof. However, in our tracking, he had not disclosed that he was vaccinated. So I think it's interesting because, again, it proves that despite the vaccination, you can still be infected, although the symptoms are really very mild. But our tracking system is not perfect.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank you for being very forthright, because I really think that that's one of the things we have to all focus on, especially down the road, if we get to the chance where we can start reopening the facility up for tours, even just our own water people going through there. We need people to feel safe. So I think that should be a big priority for all of us, and I think that the West Basin staff and Suez staff should continue talking about that. And one last thing, I think that's great that you all were able to provide some funding to one of our larger hospitals here locally, especially in the midst of the pandemic, and those are the good news things. And I would really encourage Suez to please keep us posted too on what you do. I don't know if you all send that information to the general manager's office or to the board directly, but I never got to hear some of that, which I think those are good things for the directors to hear. So as far as I'm concerned, feel free to send me, email me what's going on, so I'm aware, because this is, again, right in our backyard. And I would love to have known that you guys are being such good participants on your own. So, but separately, with the merger going on and other things, I just think it's really important that we continue to get timely information, whether that's directly to the board members or through the general manager's office or both. But it's been a very quiet year and a half when it comes to some of the communication, and that would be my request meeting from you and your team. But otherwise, I know that it's been a challenging year, but I think everyone stepped up, and also even right now with what's happening with the Hyperion facility, a lot of challenges, but we continue to make things happen. So thank you very much, and thank you for this report.
Thank you, Sean, for your comments. Sorry, Xavier. And we will definitely keep the communication channel open to ensure that the body is informed. We typically will share the information with the general manager or the interim general manager in this case. But we will make it a point to ensure that you have that information timely as well.
Great.
Xavier?
Yes, thank you. Director Houston, if you allow me, I just want to reassure you back on the vaccination. So although we cannot force our employees to be vaccinated, as I said, we strongly encourage them. However, we can force them to wear a mask, which we are doing. And what we have done also is, as soon as there is one case, we resume the daily screening everywhere in North America. So I want you to be assured that everything is done so that if you go to the facility, is as safe as it can be.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other directors? Well, all right. Well, thank you very much again. And Nadine, good seeing you. And Lorenzo, great job. And thank you. Thank you all. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And stay well.
Next item number 6.
Correct, President Williams. We have no items too late to be agendized.
And that takes us to item number 7, consent calendar.
Yes, we have one item in the consent calendar. It's the fiscal year 2021-2022 community outreach event. This item was taken by the Finance and Administrative Committee and was unanimously approved. It is related to the El Segundo Chamber of Commerce 2021 Main Street Car Show event. And as you recall, this event did provide 3 opportunities for West Basin outreach. I do believe that there's a speaking opportunity as well as able to distribute West Basin information, as well as including us within the program as well.
So what is the wishes of the board?
I'll move the consent calendar 8A. I mean 8, I'm sorry, 7.
7A.
7A.
Seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Director Gloria Gray,
Yes.
Director Alvarez, Director Scott Houston,
Yes.
Director Don Deere, and President Harold Williams.
Yes. Thank you. Item carries. Next is big hit. Yes, absolutely. All right, that takes us to the next item.
Yes, President Williams, item number 8A is related to our committee and board meeting minutes. Again, this item was taken to the Finance and Administrative Committee. However, I did want to highlight two notes. The June 23rd, 2021 special board meeting, as well as the June 28th, 2021 regular board meeting. Those minutes actually were not taken to committee because they were pending a Spanish translation. Those translations have been performed and are included now in the minutes. You can find those on packet page 46 as well as packet page 55. So they are complete.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved by Director Deere to approve the minutes. Is there a second? And it's been seconded by Director Alvarez. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Director Gloria Gray,
Yes.
Director Desi Alvarez, Director Scott Houston,
Yes.
Director Don Deere, President Harold Williams.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
I vote yes also.
Okay, that. The next item.
Yes, President Williams, this item is related to resolution number 07-21-1135 related to the regular and special board meeting locations. As you'll recall, Director Desi Alvarez made a recommendation that West Basin adopt this resolution to amend its administrative code to allow West Basin to host committee and board meetings, I believe, at locations other than the district headquarters. By changing the administrative code, you would be able to hold regular scheduled board meetings, so it wouldn't be a special board meeting, off-site locations. And we do have legal counsel here. They did present the attached resolution, which I believe you can find there on packet page 79. So with that, President Williams, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yes, thank you. Anyone wishing to hear from General Counsel on this?
No, I have a question.
Director Deere.
Why do we need to, what's wrong with having a special board meeting offsite? I don't understand why we have to change procedures. I know it's so pushy this. Could you explain it to me? Because I don't really understand it.
Well, it's one, just out of convenience. Legally, we
Can't hear
can
you.
have.
Speak up.
Are you on?
Am I on? Okay. Let me know if that works. One is for a matter of convenience. Legally, we can have a board meeting anywhere in the boundaries. We've restricted ourselves via our administrative code, the board meeting at the district office. And if we want to have a meeting outside of the district office building, it's a special board meeting. Special board meetings, in my opinion, call undue attention to the need to do something the ordinary. And if it's a regular board meeting, there's nothing special about it. It's just a matter of conducting business. Most of the time it's going to be at the administrative building. But every once in a while, we may want to do it outside of the building. would be for a retreat, like we did recently for board retreat. We had two little facilities, or it may be for any other need, such as meeting with the one of the city councils in some of the cities that we serve, or may want to meet somewhere else to visit another facility, etc., and not having to have to call a special board meeting in those instances. This is just a matter of convenience and ease and makes life simpler for everybody. So with that, I'd like to, make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Just a minute. Is there any other discussion?
I do have discussion when Director Gear finishes. I have some questions. Director Gray.
You made a motion, but you're gonna make a motion?
Discussion on the motion.
Yes, we can. Go ahead and make your motion. You made it. Is there a second on the motion?
And this is Houston, second.
Seconded by Houston.
Right.
Okay, discussion.
Director Gray has questions.
Yes.
Yeah. Director Alvarez mentioned that special meetings are considered kind of out of the ordinary if they're categorized as special. So my question is, we have one board meeting a month, and if there's another need for the board to meet, is that always called a special meeting, even if we have it at another location? That's one question I have to, I guess, legal.
Go ahead.
Director Gray, if I could understand your question, is the question whether the district can have more than one meeting? I don't think I understand the question.
The question is, every month we have a board meeting. So if we have the need for the board to meet again, they've been characterized as special board meetings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if we have one board meeting a month and then we have a need for the board to get together again, but it's at a different location, is that characterized as a board meeting or a special board meeting?
It would be categorized as a special board meeting, but by statute, you have to have your regular meetings, what are called, and that's a term of art, regular meeting. And of course, we have set our regular meeting at the fourth Monday of every month at this location. What the resolution that came out of the finance and admin was to hold the regular meetings at the Avalon Boulevard location or another properly noticed location within the district service area.
Right.
The Brown Act allows for that.
Yeah, Steve, I'm just asking that specifically. So I'm addressing the fact that I thought we were trying to get rid of the word special. I thought that was part of the conversation when Director Alvarez answered Director Deere. So that's why I was asking that question. The other thing is that I believe the resolution or the conversation had to do with the board president making a decision as to where the board meeting would be. And I know we have the FC Little plan that we have that, but if the president at that time decides to have it at another location, the resolution gives the authority to the president to have it at any location. It doesn't have to be a facility that we own, which could incur additional monies if we have it at a location that's not under our purview. So that's another concern that I have in terms of the president making that decision, because that could incur expense if we have it at a location that the president decides to have it at. Is that correct? Does that resolution, it's not specific, it just gives the authority to have it at any location. Is that correct, Steve?
That's correct, as long as that location is within the district service area.
Right, but it could be any place and it could incur additional expense to the district.
Conceivably, it could be at a place where you have to pay a fee to use the location, correct?
Absolutely, okay. The other thing is that I know there's language in our code that says that and you can correct me with the language that says that if a board member is up for reelection within a 6-month period, then that board member cannot have sponsorships or something. What is that language, Steve?
There is essentially a blackout period for a period of time prior to the election of a director who's up for re-election in terms of the kind of the outreach expenditures.
And what was the intent of that language? Why was that language put in there?
Well, the outreach expenditures that are authorized by the district are intended to promote the district's programs and activities. And the intent of that kind of blackout period was to ensure that those funds are not used for a personal political purpose. Thus, the board approved not allowing those expenditures prior to an election for someone who's up for re-election.
Right. Okay. Then my point is that if in fact whoever is president and that person is up for re-election, I do not think it is wise to have that president that could be within that district. It could imply kind of what that language is all about. So there's no restrictive language that speaks to that. So those are my concerns, Director Alvarez and board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Director Houston?
I'll just hold my comments for the moment. Thank you.
Well, time's running out. Any other comments?
I have difficulty with the comment that was made that implies that something's wrong with a special meeting. It brings attention to the meeting. If it's not in this regular, if it's not here in this headquarters building, it is in a different place. That makes it special. I don't see the trouble with I don't see the, I just don't quite see the need for this change. I think we still have our meetings as other parts of the district and do the business of the district. I just don't see the need for it. I'm not convinced yet, but I'm trying to be open-minded about it.
Okay. I have a question for you, Steve. There was a little bit of a dialogue that you just had about some restriction 6 months prior to an election for a director that is up for re-election. What is that, and where in the resolution is that language?
That restriction resides in the admin code in the section Director Alvarez referred to as the Code of Conduct. It is not included in the resolution that was prepared in response to the direction from the Admin and Finance Committee. But it does exist. There is such a restriction in our Code of Conduct. I could pull it up. If you give me a minute, I could pull it up from the Code of Conduct.
No, that's fine. I was just, because I'm trying to find it, I wasn't aware of it, but it is not before us today.
No.
That's correct. That's correct.
So it's tangential to what is under consideration, if at best. Then the other question is, if we wanted to have a regular board meeting at a location other than the district office, would that then be called a special board meeting? Even though it...
No, it would, it's important to remember that those two adjectives, regular and special, have a significant meaning in the context of what we're talking about. And the regular meeting is our one, mandatory monthly meeting. And that meeting must take place, within the district service area. The statutes don't say it has to be at the district office. And so, it can be at other locations, so long as they're in the district service area. Does that address your question or answer your question?
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. So the regular board meeting without any special action by anyone can be held anywhere within the district service area.
That's correct. Meetings of the Brown Act requires that meetings of the board be held within a location that is within our service area.
I understand that. The Brown Act allows us to have meetings anywhere within the service area.
Correct.
If the next board meeting, which is going to be held in August, the fourth Monday of the month, can that be held anywhere in the district service area without taking any special action on the part of anyone?
Yes, so you just have to, but remember, you have to post notice, and so the notice would have to include the new location.
Steve, I think Martin has a comment as well.
Okay, go ahead, Martin. Oh, but by the way, for the board, I think most of you are familiar with my colleague, Martin Kosanowicz, who's supporting me in the meeting today, and he's on the line as well.
Thank you.
Well, you're sitting right here.
Go ahead, Martin.
Good to be here, everybody. Just briefly, I think under the current administrative code, a regular meeting is supposed to happen at the headquarters. And any other meeting that the board decides to have, whether it's called out of, on the same date but in a different place, or at a different time for whatever reason, would be then called a special meeting. So if you, under the current administrative code, if you move the location of the meeting, that would make it a special meeting.
So just to clarify, make sure that I understand it, because I'm a little slow sometimes. Today's board meeting, have we held it anywhere other than this location? And because of the governor's emergency regulations, we can have a hybrid meeting or virtual meeting, so therefore it doesn't have to be held at the regular place, but that will at some point go away. So if that regulation wasn't in place, today's board meeting, have we held it, and it's our regular board meeting, the only board meeting we have this month, had we held it at a place other than this location, it would have to be called a special board meeting.
The way your administrative code sets it out currently, that is correct. Director.
Okay, so a regular board meeting held anywhere other than this building would be a special board meeting, and that would then require that it be posted as such.
It would simply require a slight change in the agenda.
Right. So again, I just go out of convenience. I doubt we're going to have very many regular board meetings outside of this office, but every once in a while, from time to time, it may be convenient to do so. And without calling for a special board meeting, we would have that flexibility. So this resolution is very specific change to the administrative code, which just provides flexibility.
May I? Director Dewar.
I have a question of, I guess, staff, I don't know, either administrative staff or legal staff. What's the industry standard for this? Do other districts, do cities call their meetings that are not in their normal location, whether it be a city hall or a district headquarters, a special meeting, or how is this, what's the standard for this? Is what we do the standard way of operating or not? I thought we were, but I could be wrong.
Well, I'll speak first as to my water district clients, and Martin's a very experienced attorney with city background, so he can speak to that. But in my experience with my clients from Eastern to Las Virgenes to Upper District, Las Virgenes, Foothill, and then some county water districts, they don't have, frankly, they don't have the facilities or the they only meet in one location, I guess is what I'm saying. Some of them lack the facilities and the breadth of facilities that West Basin has. Others, like Eastern, have probably more facilities, but they generally meet in their district headquarters.
And the same thing is true of 8 or 9 cities that I've served as a city attorney. The regular meetings are held at City Hall. And if there's a need to hold a meeting anywhere else, it will be called a special meeting. So basically conforms with the way the district is doing business right now.
Is that your question?
Yeah.
You done? Yes, sir. All right. You said you had, go ahead.
And I just have a question, because when this came up at committee, I believe there was some difference in what you can do at a regular meeting versus a special meeting. I thought that was brought up, Steve.
Yeah, I can.
Please clarify.
Yeah, the special meetings are a little different. There's a different notice requirement. It's 24 hours notice versus the 72 hours notice for a regular meeting. There's also some specific notice provisions that we have to notify members of the press or members of the public who have a standing request for such notice. Also, and we've had to do this in the past, at regular meetings, the Brown Act allows you to add something to the agenda after the agenda has been posted. Generally, we do that because the need to take action on the item arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. However, you cannot do that with special meetings. Special meetings are a little bit more limited, and they cannot, you cannot add anything to the agenda after it's up. Lastly, and I believe this is the case, it's for general managers of public agencies. I'll have to double check this, but I'm pretty sure we have to do any kind of financial salary setting and those types of things have to be done at a regular meeting. So, but generally the big difference is, Director Houston, that you can't add anything to the special meeting agenda.
Okay, thank you. I mean, at the end of the day, this is just some verbiage change on our own code, and I think that that's a good point to note, is a regular meeting versus a special. So even if you held the meeting on the 4th Monday of the month at 1 o'clock in another location outside this building, apparently it would have to be a special meeting, which would allow you to not even notify people till 24 hours in advance, and you couldn't do certain things on that agenda, as Steve just mentioned. So I don't see this being a real big deal or change. I think it's just tweaking some sentences, and so it seems like a fine thing for me. And I don't think we're going to be moving meetings to the place too often. And as far as the blackout period, that doesn't apply to this anyway. So I'm okay with it as is.
Okay.
Mr. President, I do have some further questions and comments.
Just go ahead. No, he wants to change it. Go ahead, Director Gray.
Yes, Director Houston brought up a good point, and I really beg to differ with him regarding it is a big deal, because it does not allow the public to know within 72 hours what our agenda will be. It only requires that we post it for 24 hours. So it is a big deal. And so I really, I can't support it because of the things I mentioned before. It allows the president to choose where it will be, which could add to the expense. There's no parameters to say, the president can't choose to have it wherever with whatever expense. And I'm kind of, I know the Director Alvarez it seems to be concerned about expense, monies and the cost and so forth, as well as all of us. So, that does not make sense to me. I think the board should have the ability to make a decision, majority of the board, where a meeting should be held, not one person. And I do think it is a big deal if you're going to say that if we do move a board meeting, which in our code says it should be a board meeting every month, to a special board meeting, because it was just told by the attorneys that it becomes a special board meeting, you're only required to let the public know within 24 hours what is on the agenda. I think it's a big deal for the public. I don't think that's transparent, allowing the public enough time to know what is on the agenda. So I can't support this because it is a big deal. It changes the way we operate, especially based on the fact that the attorney said if you move it, then it becomes a special board meeting. I don't know why it becomes a special board meeting, only because it's in different locations. I don't know why board meetings can't be in different locations, but the opinion of the attorney, it becomes special, which puts it in a totally different light. And so those are the reasons why I just can't support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. End of
This is Director Houston.
discussion. Yes.
I'm not going to refute what Director Gray said, but I would ask the attorneys to please clarify what she said, because what she said was inaccurate. We're not talking about notifying people 24 hours in advance if we change this. We're not talking about giving the president discretion to put meetings where he wants or she wants. So I'm going to say she have inaccuracies there, but I would ask the attorneys to please address them. Thank you.
Sure. The way the code is written now, it says that regular meetings take place at Avalon Boulevard. The proposed resolution would say that regular meetings could be at Avalon or another location within the district service area. So if it's approved and it was decided that you want to do your August meeting over at the EC Little facility, that would be a regular meeting, and you'd have regular notice requirements. And in briefing this with, in prepping for this meeting with EJ, when we look at this resolution, I see several options. The board could maintain status quo and not adopt it. The board could adopt it and just have the board decide where the next regular meeting would be, or and not grant the president those additional powers. Or you could adopt it as drafted and have the president enjoy those additional powers.
And one note on that, Steve, I think the additional powers for the president was only for an emergency. That's how I understood it from committee.
If someone could scroll through the, I don't have the reso up, and there we go.
The director, the president would have under the current language, would have the discretion to identify a separate place if a need arose for a meeting at a different place than the regular after the last board meeting. Because any change in location under the current language on a normal basis would be approved by the board in the prior meeting. So that the public would actually have not notice. In the event that that change in location was necessary after that last regular meeting, the current language gives the discretion to the president to identify that location and have that meeting at that place.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. President, I have to answer Director Houston because he just said I was inaccurate. I don't think anything I said was inaccurate.
This will end the comments. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. What I said was accurate. That resolution still gives the power to the president if the president deems necessary to hold a meeting in another location, and it will be called a special meeting. That's exactly what the attorney said. And special meetings only require 24-hour notice. Now that is accurate. So
I just want to clarify that as the admin code exists today, the regular meeting will be the fourth day of each month at a time designated at Avalon Boulevard. So it's those requirements. So any meeting that doesn't meet those, that's not the regular meeting. If it's going to be somewhere else, then that would be a special meeting. However, this would expand, and so I agree with you there, but this resolution would expand that to be the regular meeting could be at Avalon or somewhere else within the district service area, and that is consistent with the Brown Act. So this would expand what constitutes a regular meeting in that it could be at Avalon or it could be at somewhere else within the service area.
Okay. Was that Director Gray?
yes, I just want to make sure that my comments were accurate as I said them. Thank you.
All right, that ends discussion. Now I'm going to give you my 2 cents. I'm not going to support the motion. I think things are fine the way they are. I have not heard from any of my constituents that there was an issue with special board meetings, the use of the term or anything. So I think what we're doing is fine. So I'm ready to vote. Okay? So we'll roll call, please.
Director Gloria Gray,
No.
Director Desi Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Scott Houston,
Yes.
Director Don Deere,
No.
President Harold Williams,
No.
and the motion failed.
Okay, move on to the next item.
Yes, thank you very much, President Williams. The next item is 8C, consideration of district memberships and sponsorships for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. The item that you have before you begins on packet page 72. You can see that we did include 2 exhibits, including the memberships, a list of all of our memberships, which begins on packet page 74, as well as the district's sponsorships, which are included on packet page 75. As noted in the Finance and Administrative Committee, this item has been brought back several times through committee as well as the board. We do have pending invoices for memberships, as well as at least 1 request for sponsorship, and that's the Water Reuse California conference that is coming up. So with that, staff is awaiting direction from the board. These items, both the memberships and the sponsorships, were included in the fiscal year budget. So there are funds available for all of the memberships and sponsorships you see.
Thank you very much. Who wants to lead off on this as to, because I think what we're looking at, what staff is looking for, is really what items, which sponsorships that we're going to delete.
Question?
Yes.
A lot of these involvements are technical. In other words, they're for the technical, for the staff, as opposed to being really that much of an involvement for the director. And has the staff looked over theirs, and does the staff have a recommendation for any that may not be as necessary or as beneficial as it might have been at one time? That's my first question.
Yes, thank you, Director Deere. Staff has put together a matrix of all of these organizations. It's kind of a lengthy document, if you will, but it kind of highlights some of the benefits of each of the organizations. Clearly, West Basin has a very diverse positions here at the district, anywhere from administrative to policy to technical engineering operations. But there are organizations, including those for our human resources, as well as our purchasing, finance. So the memberships really have a broad stretch as far as the expertise that they offer. And of course, staff takes advantage of all of these organizations, whether it be for professional growth or just information sharing as part of the industry.
Okay.
You know, we have 2 engineers on our board. Professionally, do you take advantage of these kinds of activities when you're working for the city or whatever you're working for? Have you done that? Have you gone on conventions, things because you're an engineer for the city?
Yes.
Have you done that too?
I've taken advantage of a lot of these organizations, but I'm not necessarily have to have my organization be a sponsoring member of the society. I participate. I will pay to attend conferences. I will obtain information. I will attend their meeting. And I do so as a consultant, but I am not making a significant contribution to
The organization.
the organization. The organizations are available as professional organizations, and they're open to all parties. And I would expect our professional staff to avail themselves of that information as I have.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, well, I'm just at a loss of what to do because we keep talking about it over and over again, but I think at the committee, it was mentioned that there were but most of the things at the top of the list were probably okay. It was some things toward the bottom of the list that people had a couple of questions about. So I guess if I was just gonna go through my little list here of the ones I had questions about, because we do spend some significant amounts of money on these memberships. And maybe this is where staff can enlighten us. For example, National Association of Clean Water Agencies, $40,000 a year. Southern California Alliance of Public-Owned Treatment Works. I think that's the one. Is that the one I'm seeing? Well, that's 6,000, but still, I don't know what they do. National Water Research Institute, $50,000. And the Water Research Foundation, $75,000. So just, I guess for what it's worth, some of the larger ones that then we turn around and on some of them, we also do sponsorships on a separate page. Those, I guess, would be the ones that I'm just wondering, do we keep those in our budget or not? So if you caught all those, EJ, I happened to mention, maybe you could address those.
Yes, thank you, Director Houston. I think the first organization that you mentioned was is referred to as NACWA, the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. They represent public wastewater and stormwater agencies of all sizes nationwide. The association's unique and growing network strengthens the advocacy voice for all member utilities and ensures they have the tools necessary to provide affordable and sustainable clean water for all. This organization has been very involved as far as water quality issues across the United States. PFAS, PFOs, they've been talking quite a bit on that matter. And of course, a lot of people forget that West Basin Municipal Water District is a drinking water agency. We're very well known for our water recycling efforts, but of course we sell a lot of potable water through our areas. So our operations team has availed themselves to this organization, and we do benefit from the advocacy provided by the association. I believe you mentioned, the next one you mentioned was Southern California Alliance of Public-Owned Treatment Works. This organization was created back in 1992. It's an association of cities, special districts, and other public agencies formed to concentrate their resources to ensure the passage of reasonable local, state, and federal regulations, legislation impacting publicly owned treatment facilities. We're a regular member of this organization. The dues is based off of the type of organization that we are, and we receive several different publications, and staff occasionally attends the conferences. The Water Research Foundation, this is an organization that has had increasing role as far as water recycling goes. It's affiliated with the oldest water association in the US, the American Water Works Association. They manage more than 30 million per year of drinking water research in the areas of water quality, treatment, management, resources, and health effects. The organization is combined with the Water Research Foundation and Water Environment Research Foundation as well. You might recall that this was one of the organizations that really led the fundraising effort when it came to potable reuse. So this is just one of those organizations that's very active. Staff serves on their project advisory committee, as well as participating in studies with other utilities, universities, and research consultants to advance our knowledge in water quality and improve efficiency in water resources. And I don't recall, was there?
Yeah, there was one other, the National Water Research Institute. I think that's the one, yeah, $50,000.
Yes. NWRI is a public-private partnership that promotes the protection, maintenance, and restoration of water supplies through the development of cooperative research. West Basin's board appoints a board member and an alternate to the NWRI board. Staff presents research projects to the NWRI organization and receives funding and attends applicable applicable meetings. NWRI provides independent advisory panel services. And that is one that we're very active with.
Who's our appointee?
I believe it is Director Alvarez as
Oh.
well as Barkov Mazurlian.
Okay. Okay. No, I'm just gonna hold off next. I guess then we'll talk about the outreach as separate. But okay, that's all my questions on that.
Myron, no, thank you. Apologize. I forget when I'm on and off. Doesn't show up here so that we're on. Okay, so we've gone back and forth on this quite a few times. I would, and I'll ask everybody to bear with me and the patience of the board, but I'm going to go down the list of what I think we should belong to. And those are the Alliance for Water Efficiency, the American Water Works Association. It's page 74.
I don't have 74. Could you get that one? Also on this one?
The Association of California Water Agencies, the Association of Metropolitan Water Agencies, CalDSAL, the California African American Water Education Foundation, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, the California Municipal Utilities Association, the California Special Districts Association, the California Water Efficiency Partnership, memberships in the Chambers of Commerce of basically all of our cities, with the exception of the South Bay Association Chamber of Commerce, which is an oversight or a overgroup, oversight is incorrect, overgroup of the South Bay Chambers of Commerce, of which we're members of if we chose to continue our membership. The Climate Registry, the Los Angeles Council of Professional Black Engineers, the Los Angeles County Business Federation, the Southern California Water Coalition, the Southwest Membrane Operators Association, the Urban Water Institute, and the West Basin Water Association. Those would be all of the memberships that I believe and that I would support that we continue to be involved in and pay for those membership dues at the levels that are listed here. I would then go on to say that if we do that and do that alone and not commit to joining the other organizations that are listed here or the community outreach and district sponsorships, we would save about $295,000. And then I would argue that at $295,000, which is in the current budget, be allocated to our water conservation program. And we're going to be talking about that in a subsequent item when we're talking about adopting the water shortage contingency plan level 1. And it'd be very critical for us to really increase our investment in water conservation. Right now, I think the biggest bang for the buck is going to be in the grass replacement area, but in other areas too. And that grass replacement area only has $183,000 in the current budget. I would like to see this amount of money shifted to that as well as some of the other programs, but primarily to that, with the emphasis that that money be targeted to those census tracts that have the median, the county median household income or lower. We have a lot of census tracts where the median household income exceeds the county level. And we need to really encourage people to reduce the amount of grass, because that's the biggest buck we're going to get in terms of water conservation as a region. And I think that we ought to be focusing on directing our monies to disadvantaged communities where that money would go furthest. And I would further add that we also focus on helping people plant trees, because those will do not take up an awful lot of water consumption. They do at the very beginning when they're being established, but shortly thereafter, they do not consume the amounts of water that lawns do. And they do improve the overall environment. And again, I would target those to census tracts at or below the median household income. That would be what I would support with diverting that money if we choose to do that today. But I will support all of the memberships that I did mention.
Okay. By the way, I would support you on that. Anyone else?
Sure. And I agree for the most part with the list that Director Alvarez came up with, although I did hear I don't think he mentioned some of the ones that EJ did go over that apparently we'd have some involvement with or on boards of. So unless I missed it, I think that those would have to be kept into this. And I think, was it, for example, National Association of Clean Water Agencies, NACWA, that might have been one of them, the Water Research Foundation and or the Water Education Foundation, and maybe even National Water Research Institute. I don't know I think those were not mentioned, Director Alvarez, but maybe those would be ones we might have to just double check before we completely axe them if staff is involved or not, or what happens if we axe them and, you know, our staff is no longer involved. And before you answer, or anybody else answers, you know, as far as the community outreach, and it's hard to hear a little bit, by the way, because, you know, just the way that nature is, but were we axing everything on the community outreach here? I don't know what I could have heard or not heard on that portion.
If I could address that, for example, one of the ones that you talked about is the National Water Research Institute. That's a $50,000 a year membership. The National Water Research Institute is a very good organization. Their research is published. A lot of agencies avail themselves of that. We would not lose any of that. What will we lose? We would lose the ability to serve on their board. So, for example, I would not be for another member, but right now it would be me from the board. I would not be on their board of directors. I don't think that this district will be hurt at all by not being a sustaining member of that at a cost of $50,000 a year. The information that they provide will be available to this district, to all our staff, as it is to everybody in the professional engineering and the world. They publish, and the information and the research is public. It's available. It's not a proprietary thing. It's just that we need to think about how much money we have or don't have. And we have a very sensitive budget where we have some, I believe, some issues that we need to worry about. We have a challenge that's coming up, and this is money that doesn't need to be spent on that. But you can always make a case for participating and contributing to organization. At some point, you have to say, well, these are the most critical ones, and I think at least the ones I identified are the ones I think would be the most important for West Basin to continue to sustain at the levels that we have been sustaining.
Okay, very good. And then what about the community outreach? Did you just completely nix this whole page, or did I
did.
miss that? Huh?
That's $93,000.
Okay. I think on that one,
Wait a minute. What did you say you?
The district sponsorship would be
I don't have that page with me. This. Here. Oh, this one here. All right, I got you. Thank you.
Well, let me step back for 1 second while you guys find that page.
All right, go ahead.
Look, at the end of the day, I would probably go with Director Alvarez on the memberships. Although, unless staff had some compelling thing, one of those ones that you guys think we should stay in, I don't know the level of involvement of our staff on some of these. So, we're going to sit here in these chairs and say, okay, we're done. But if, we're going to do that unless the staff has some compelling reason on one of these or two of them that we should stay in. So I'm just saying that before we would vote on that for me. And I do want to talk about the memberships, or the outreach, but that's separate. So go ahead.
One of my big concerns is that some of the organizations that we may be giving money to are using the money to sue us. They have lawsuits where they're involved with us. I want to know if that's true. And I think we should cut off our contribution to those organizations. I don't think we should be paying for them to sue us. And that's not the reason they get the money. They get it for the purposes of their organization, but they turn around and as nonprofits, they sue us, take us to court, and we shouldn't be funding them at all if they're doing that.
To address Director Houston's first comment, I did go through, as Director Alvarez was highlighting the ones that he was recommending that we join. There was one that I did not hear him say, but staff would probably make the case for the Water Reuse Association. West Basin Municipal Water District is very active with Water Reuse California. We sit on several of their committees, including outreach, communication, and their legislative efforts, but also on the regulatory side. It's an organization that West Basin has a long history with, and has jointly, I think, found quite a bit of success on our advocacy efforts. You'll recall that West Basin wrote AB 574, which Water Reuse Association actually carried for us, but we co-sponsored that legislation, and you can go all the way back to Senate Bill 918 by Senator Pavley. So West Basin, through the Water Reuse Association, has been very active. And that is just one of the associations that I didn't hear Director Alvarez mention in his list. As far as the addressing Director Deere's comments, obviously we don't have any memberships in any of the organizations that have filed a lawsuit. However, we have enjoyed, I think, a reasonable relationship with those organizations over the years, and on occasion we have invested in their sponsorship of those organizations or those events. You'll see that Hilda Bay, their annual event, is listed as one of the sponsorships. I'm not sure if they still have it, but we used to participate in the Surf Rider organization and their annual events. But you can see the ones that we've been sponsored for the past couple of years. It's included on your West Basin sponsorships document.
You're saying those two you mentioned are ones that have involved us in lawsuits?
In the past, yes. Well, LA Waterkeeper, I think, is considered to be the plaintiff, but I know that those organizations work together.
Yeah, the only current plaintiff, EJ, right now, I'd categorize as that type of agency would be LA Waterkeeper, which I don't think I see on the list.
It's not on there.
Okay, well then I guess I'll chime back in really fast. So I do concur with our acting general manager Caldwell that I don't think I heard Water Reuse Association in the list. Director Alvarez to keep. I could have missed it.
No, I left that out.
Oh, I do think we probably should keep that.
Include that.
I would, yeah, because first of all, it's not a lot of money, number one, but number two, we have been really involved with them, both national and California. So I would definitely hold them in. Again, I don't want to make an abrupt decision, and I don't know the details of what the staff does. Yes, I've read these reports and back and forth, but I just don't want to rush. But I do know we could always rejoin something if we felt later we needed to. On the community outreach, I had mixed feelings about some of this because I do understand, like, you know, we already are a member of Aqua, and yet we're sponsoring their conference at up to $18,750, which seems very excessive. So that would be one of those that I don't quite get that. One of the number of sponsorships are built in here. Like with Caldesa, we automatically give $10,000 apparently for something. I do know, for example, Friends of Bona Wetlands, every year we used to come to the board once a year and do the normal course, and later we adjusted it to just put it in because it's like, well, we keep coming every year. So again, if you cut that completely, then obviously we could come back every annual when it's coming up and go through the process as directors usually do. So that's not really goofy to me. I will say this, here the Bay, you know, it really, if I remember it, it escalated because it seems like it was maybe 5,000 or 25, now it's 10,000, but I know that, you know, the tables got smaller and different things happened. So like, even if we were gonna piecemeal these, I would look at options rather than what we've got in here. Not forgetting that Director Alvarez is totally good with taking all these off. And last, two more. South Bay Council of Governments General Assembly, we always do sponsor that, but again, we could just do that through our process annually. I do think that's a good sponsorship for us to have a presence at their assembly every fall, or whenever it is spring, or and one here, LA Conservation Corps, the spring luncheon, and I was gonna ask this, I've been trying to ask this for months when we have this conversation. EJ, do we really work with the Conservation Corps anymore? Because they used to be working with us at the desal pilot plant, and then later at was it EDC a little bit, but then we don't really work with them. Just enlighten us on that really quick.
I'll have to double check. They have assisted us with our education program, but obviously with the demonstration facility, we haven't been participating with them kind of at that site. But I'll have to double check on the ECL. Everything's kind of changed, obviously, with COVID-19. So we probably haven't been working with them much of late, but we can check and see the status of that.
Even before COVID, we weren't working much, I don't think. And I know that it ended up getting into the automatic budget.
I would I call you back, but I couldn't get through. But can you?
It ended up getting in the automatic budget. So anyway, so I just that one I would want to make sure that if, you know, as much as I love the Conservation Corps, if we're not working with them anymore, of course, it probably doesn't make any sense.
I just got word that we do use them as volunteers for different things.
Okay. Do they still utilize some of? Do they still honor the young people, that some of the ones that come through West Basin?
I mean, they have
in the past
that award ceremony.
Yeah.
That we've attended.
Do they still do
that?
This is. Okay, but even then, we could still look at that every year rather than just automatic. Same with the Biona. So, you know, I'm okay with nixing this whole batch if that's what the board might want to do, but obviously we would have to look at strategically maybe which ones we look at, you know, as they come down the calendar. So that would be my only comments on those. Okay.
Mr. President, Director Gray.
Director Gray, go ahead, please.
Yes, I heard all the discussion, and I know Director Alvarez went through a list, and was trying to keep up with the discussion. I'm looking at the list. Is it possible that maybe staff or he or someone can tell me which on this list were not included as part of the discussion to approve? Just the ones that were not included. Can EJ or Greg, someone give me that information so I know what I'm voting on? I'm talking about the membership, the district membership, the one-page list.
Director Gray, I'll repeat the organizations that I believe Director Alvarez pointed out as wanting to remain a member. First is the Alliance for Water Efficiency.
Okay.
American Waterworks Association. Association of California Water Agencies. Association of Metropolitan Water Agencies. CalDSAL, the California African American Water Education Foundation, California Association of Sanitation Agencies, California Municipal Utilities Association, California Special Districts Association, California Water Efficiency Partnership, the Climate Registry, Los Angeles Council of Professional Black Engineers, Los Angeles County Business Federation, Southern California Water Coalition, Southwest
Wait, Southern California Water Coalition, okay, go on.
Southwest Membrane Operators Association,
Mhm.
the Urban Water Institute, and the West Basin Water Association. And subsequent to Director Alvarez's list, we did discuss Water Reuse Association.
And I would support.
Water, including that in, was that what Director Houston mentioned?
That's correct. It would be included.
Yes, but also
Where is that on the list? Is that on the list?
Water Reuse Association, it is.
Water reuse, so that's the one that's got one in it.
yeah, we talked about adding that one back, Director
Go on.
Gray.
Which one?
And then EJ, though, I think you missed the chambers were all included. Although Director Alvarez took out the South Bay Association, which I don't know how that all is structured, but they have been meeting in the last couple of years. They even hold an annual event in Florence. I've been to the last couple of times where all these electeds from around South Bay come together. So I would keep the South Bay Association in, you know, but otherwise, I'm good with the list that you just read to us.
And I apologize to mention also the chambers.
And so the only one at the top is American Membrane Technology Association, so I agree with that. So, and then the National Association of Clean Water Agencies, that's not included, right?
Correct.
And National Water Research Institute, don't we have a seat on that board? Isn't it Director Williams, the representative on that board? National Water Research Institute,
No, that's Director Alvarez.
Director Alvarez. So West Basin has a seat on that board. Is that, what's staff's opinion about that? Or Director Alvarez, you have a seat on that board representing us.
We do, but I don't think it's critical. And I just, for what agency does, I think we can benefit from its research. I think it's a very good organization. I think it does great research work. But I don't think it's paying $50,000 a year.
And so, thank you, Director. So staff, we've been a member of this board for a long time. So have we benefited from being on this board at all?
I think we have benefited from it, but I did have a chance to discuss this with staff who participates, and they said that they would be okay if we did not remain a member.
Would not create any issue for the agency, right?
I don't believe it'll create any issues.
What about the Association of Clean Water Agencies? What about that organization?
Yes, I don't believe it would create any issues. Staff has been involved, but to a lesser extent.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then on the community outreach, these sponsorships, don't they come to the board anyway, or are they ones that we just you automatically approve without bringing them to the board?
Yes, these are sponsorships that have been done annually, so with some sort of regularity. They have been budgeted for so that staff could issue or pay the invoices as they come in. But if it's the board's direction, we can bring back each individual sponsorship when they come in.
Director Houston, was that your request to bring them back whenever they come in, bring them to the board?
Yes, yeah. Director Alvarez suggested striking all of these as a whole, and so I'm okay with that. I also know that we could look at these, yes, Director Gray, as they come in, that we would just, you know, piecemeal look at them on the calendar, and because I do think some of these are very worthy. I don't see the need to be there built into the budget every year. A couple of them, we didn't know where they're at this point, so it's probably a good idea anyway.
Yeah, thank you. I would support them if they could be considered individually and brought back to the board, because I agree, some of them I think it's worthwhile sponsoring. So with that, and with the notion that when they do come to the agency, to the district, whether then the GM, the acting GM would bring them to the board for the board to consider. Thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. I just have one follow-up question on this. So I don't think most of these memberships affect whether we go to their conferences or not, if I'm remembering right for our code. Because some of these, like if we're not a member, we still can go to the conference. It's still part of what we do, right?
That's correct. I would defer to Steve O'Neill if he's aware of anything within our admin code that would prevent us from attending a conference that's not on this list, on our membership list.
Yeah, well, as you may recall, on our code of conduct, we have at the end of the code of conduct attached as an exhibit is a list of agencies and events that are essentially pre-approved for per diem compensation. And if a director wants to send something that's not on the list, the director has to seek board approval prior to the event.
Okay, but I don't think.
But it doesn't concern membership.
Right, yeah, I was gonna say,
yeah.
I don't think that, I think, yeah, there are two different things, right? The list is regardless of membership or not, because there will be organizations we may on occasion go to a conference, whether we're a member or not, and just pay the rate based on membership or not. But we still have it on our list. So we're talking two different things, if I'm interpreting this right.
Yes, I think you are.
Okay, okay, very good. Thank you, Steve.
Okay. So where are we now? You're gonna give us a list of what we've talked about. You're gonna give it to us today, or can you give that to us today? And we'll be voting on that list today.
We'll take guidance from the board. Obviously, if you'd like, we can bring an updated list of all of the organizations that were identified by Director Alvarez and included as part of our discussion. I was able to kind of track down the memberships that he had mentioned. Of course, we did discuss water reuse, and that was added. So if it's the board's pleasure, you could make a motion and a second and vote on that, and we can go ahead and start approving those memberships.
Make the motion.
All right, I'll make the motion that we participate in the memberships of all of the organizations that were previously inclusive of the Water Reuse Association. And that represents a savings of probably now right around $285,000. And
I'll second the motion.
we'll discuss that further, but I think the intent will be to put that money in the water conservation program.
Okay, you have that in the form of a motion, and the motion was made by Director Alvarez and seconded by Director Ray.
And can I just get one point of clarification? It would include all of the chambers of commerce. Does that also include the South Bay Chamber?
South Bay, yes.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
The South Bay Association.
Can I just ask a question? I just saw one other agency, Water Education Foundation. It's $12,000. No, it's what is it? 4,000, right? I think that is worthy of us looking at keeping a membership there. EJ, can you tell me more, maybe tell the board more about it, this organization? The Water Education Foundation.
So Director Gray, the Water Education Foundation, their mission is to develop and implement education programs leading to a broader understanding of water issues and the resolution of water problems. Obviously, our education programs are very active in this organization, utilizes the resources that they provide.
Yeah. I would like Director Alvarez, if you would consider that organization as part of your motion.
Yes.
I will.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just one question of clarification. So, so the minutes are clear. Director Alvarez has seconded the recommendation for a friendly amendment to include the Water Education Foundation, and that's been seconded by Director Gray as well, Director Gray?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And EJ, let's make sure in the minutes that we list these organizations so it's crystal clear.
We'll do that. Yes.
Thank you. And then my last order of business concerning this item, if you don't mind me interrupting, is I want to make sure, Director Alvarez, in your first discussion of this, you talked about where specifically the money that's being saved should be going. You talked about conservation programs, and is that part of your motion, or is that just a discussion for a subsequent meeting?
No, that is a subsequent agenda item today, and that will be then where we will direct that discussion.
Thank you.
The agenda today, but a separate item, and that's where that money should be going. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so for the minutes, is it clear?
I believe it is, President Williams. However, I would like to administer a roll call vote.
Absolutely.
Director Gloria Gray,
Yes.
Director Desi Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Scott Houston,
Yes.
Director Don Deere,
Yes.
and President Harold Williams.
Yes. All right. Takes us to the next item. The next item is
President Williams, the next item is 8D.
8D.
And this is an item related to a support resolution for Director Kathy Gray for the Aqua Vice President. So it is on the agenda.
All right, well, thank you. And I'd like to move that this item be tabled until our August 23rd board meeting. Can I get a second? All right, been moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Can I ask why? Is there a reason why we're tabling it?
Yes. Because at the discretion of the,
Well, did you want me to tell you the process, Director President Williams?
no, I mean, we don't have to. I mean, it's not necessary.
Okay.
So with a motion and a second, I'll read a roll call vote.
But can you read, your tabling, that's what the motion is?
Right.
Okay.
So there's no discussion, no second, I mean, second, but it's not debatable.
Director Gloria Gray,
Yes.
Director Desi Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Scott Houston, Director Don Deere,
Yes.
President Harold Williams.
Yes. All right, that moves us to the next item.
That's President Williams. The next item that we have is item 8E.
8E.
And this is an item related to board inquiry regarding mandating COVID-19 vaccination. And this item begins on packet page 80. At the July 21st Finance and Administration Committee, staff was providing an oral report regarding West Basin's return to the office considerations. At that time, Director Alvarez requested staff to prepare an action item to mandate employees to receive the vaccination, citing two examples, the city of Pasadena as well as the city of San Francisco. Staff has researched this issue, and it is noted that the Department of Fair Employment and Housing has issued a report on March 4th stating that employers may require employees to receive an FDA-approved vaccination without violating the Fair Employment and Housing Act, as long as the employer does not discriminate against or harass its employees, as long as the employer provide a reasonable accommodations related to disability or sincerely held religious beliefs, and 3, it does not the employer does not retaliate against its employees. This opinion has been supported by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC, and the Center for Disease Control, CDC, states that it is a matter of state or other applicable law. So West Basin Municipal Water District is, of course, able to mandate the use of vaccines. In conducting its research related to the city of Pasadena as well as the city of San Francisco, it's important to note that the city of Pasadena has stated that they do intend to mandate vaccinations, but has not done so yet. So they are right now in the process, I believe, of determining the process and potentially their vaccination program, if you will. And I do believe that the city of Pasadena does have their own Department of Public Health. So it puts them in an advantage as far as how they're going to implement the rollout of this mandate. Secondly, the city of San Francisco does actually implement a vaccine mandate. However, they only have issued that mandate for what they would call very high risk employees that are working out in the field and are potential risk and danger. Those would include city paid nursing and doctors and the such, emergency workers. So in both cases, I think West Basin Municipal Water District is somewhat different than those two examples. We currently do not have any employees that are what we would consider to be at high risk. Secondly, as you know, West Basin staff has been working virtually off-site with 1 day mandated every week. We do have a lot of volunteers that come in multiple days per week. So we're running anywhere from at the low end about 30+% of our workforce is in the office on any given day, but as high as 50 to 60%. Secondly, I think, or third, I did want to point out what was mentioned at our recent Finance and Administrative Committee, which is that our Human Resources Department did put out a survey to all employees. We did receive a great deal of feedback from our employees. We are not at 100% vaccination, but based off of the number of people that have volunteered the information, and then based off of the numbers of the people that said that they had been vaccinated, we're talking of roughly about 6 to 8 potential employees that may or may not be vaccinated. We don't know. As I think Sue has mentioned today, some people feel uncomfortable about sharing that information. So a no reply wouldn't necessarily mean that they are not vaccinated. So with that, staff does not have a recommendation on this item, but I am available to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, well, thank you. I'd like to know, since we are not a city, then we are a special district, and our mission is a bit different from a municipality and city. So what are the members of the special districts doing that are similar to us in terms of mission?
In our research of special districts in the water field, I would have to kind of separate those out because I can imagine that there are some special districts, including hospital districts and such like that,
right,
that could have very different rules or requests of their staff. I'm not aware of any municipal water district agency or water agency in Southern California that has a mandate on staff as of yet.
Do we have any idea of what they've been talking about?
I have not heard of one that is discussing the mandate of vaccinations. So I put out the call for questions, trying to gather information, and I just haven't found any special districts that I'm aware of that have said that they're considering this option.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Director Alvarez.
Okay, I feel very strongly that vaccination is appropriate. Let's think about where we are with COVID. COVID's a pandemic that has not only devastated our economy, but the rest of the world, and it continues to ravage. It is a very highly contagious respiratory disease. And we have fortunately been able to develop a vaccine in a very timely period. And that vaccine is readily available and has been received by millions and millions of people. We know that vaccinated people are nearly almost 100%, not quite 100%, but like 99% guaranteed not to be hospitalized or killed by the COVID virus. We know that today there is an increase in the number of cases of COVID that had been going down dramatically and gratefully so, and that increase is primarily in the unvaccinated population. We have, as an example of that, one of the people they criticized getting vaccinated, scoffed at it, Phil Valentine, Tennessee radio host out of Nashville. And you know what? He didn't get vaccinated. He made fun of people that got vaccinated, etc. And then he got COVID-19. And now he's telling his listeners that, you know, it's a good idea to maybe get vaccinated because that's one way to prevent it. And if we're going to protect ourselves and we're going to make life a little bit easier for everybody, it is incumbent to set some type of a tone that everybody needs to get vaccinated. And people are moving in that direction. And there was a joint statement that was issued because this isn't a water agency issue. This is not a city issue. This is a societal issue. And we do need to take leadership roles as employers to say, no, you need to get vaccinated. And I want to go ahead, I might as well do this because I'm going to quote from it. There was a joint statement in support of the COVID-19 vaccine mandates. This was issued by basically the medical associations. 56 organizations signed it, including organizations such as the American Medical Association, the American Nursing Association, the American Pharmacists Association, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, the American Academy of Pediatrics, places like Virgin Islands State Nurses Association. And I'll read their first paragraph. Now you can substitute their healthcare workers for our workers. It says, due to the recent COVID-19 surge and the availability of safe and effective vaccines, our healthcare organizations and societies advocate that all healthcare and long-term care employers require the workers to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. This is the logical fulfillment of the ethical commitment of all healthcare workers to put patients as well as residents of long-term care facilities first and take all steps necessary to ensure their health and well-being. Well, that's the same for us and for all employers because they all have employees that are out there and at some point they do interact with other people. And it is incumbent on us to take a leadership role and say, no, you should do this. I believe that if you look at other organizations, forget cities, forget water agencies. The NFL is mandating that everybody get vaccinated. And there's an assistant coach with the Minnesota Vikings and an assistant coach with the New England Patriots that were told, you're not going to get vaccinated? They said no. They said, well, thank you very much. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. You don't want to get vaccinated? That's okay. Self-quarantine, stay at home. But if we're going to participate, if we all want to be part of a society, we all need to be very cognizant that there is one way to control this pandemic, and that is to get vaccinated. And the vaccine doesn't kill people. COVID-19 kills people, and it impacts all of us. Okay, I will say something. I don't like to talk about this crap, but I am a cancer survivor. I'm immune compromised. I've taken the vaccine. It's a good thing for us. And I don't appreciate the fact that I have to go into places where people are not vaccinated, because that exposes me, even though I am vaccinated. So yes, I think this is a good thing for us to do. And I will make a motion that we, as the West Basin the West Basin Municipal Water District, require all of our employees to be vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. You've heard the motion.
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by Director Houston. And further discussion?
Could I ask a question, Director Williams?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to have a clarity on the motion. Director Alvarez, you'll note in the staff report that the Department of Fair Employment and Housing and the federal EEOC state that it's allowable. Well, the EEOC says it's allowable to require a vaccination given the two exemptions that are identified in the staff report. I just want to make sure, does your motion consider those two exemptions or include those two exemptions?
It does, but if I have to be specific, that within that it complies with all applicable laws and regulations.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Director Gray.
Right, yes. I want to make sure I understand the motion and also the staff report and what legal has said. The staff report reflected the fact that we can or cannot mandate. EJ, could you respond to that, please?
Yes, Director Gray, as mentioned by Steve just a moment ago, it is permissible to mandate with the vaccine that employees get vaccinated. However, there are two exemptions that must be available to staff. And I believe that that includes medical exemptions as well as religious exemptions.
Right, okay. All right, and what is our liability if someone gets sick and we've mandated that they get the shot? What's our liability, Steve?
I'm sorry, is my mic on?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you.
I was off go to me. That is a discussion of liability that I would prefer to have in a closed session, in that it would be potentially revealing some district exposure that I think would be more appropriate for a closed session discussion and open session discussion.
Well, I think that's a really important part. I mean, I think Director Alvarez's points are well taken. I mean, it is life or death situation, but we also have to respect folks' rights and also the liability issue for the district. So I'm suggesting the president have us discuss this in closed session because people have known to have gotten sick, and I want to make sure that our liability is not an issue. And I want to defer to Michelle also. I don't, you know, she is our HR person. Want to hear her comments also. But again, I think we need to discuss the liability issue before any final decision is made. But Michelle, can you give us your opinion in terms of what we're discussing today?
So the only information that I would add as a result of this is that if we move in this direction, there are at least two items that we need to ensure that we are agreeable upon. And that one is if we mandate vaccines for those individuals who do not have a medical exemption or do not have a religious exemption, what is our alternative? Are we indicating then that we will fire those employees or discipline them in some fashion? Because that does come with it some potential liability. Then secondly, I saw that today, for example, the state of California, while they were not necessarily, well, to some degree, they are mandating vaccines, but what they are indicating is that for those individuals who refuse to be vaccinated, that they would have to submit to weekly COVID testing. So their approach is not to fire their employees, but rather to have them submit to weekly COVID testing. So if this is the direction that we move into, those are two answers, or those are questions that I would need to be answered from the board, because again, those are liabilities that we could potentially incur, or we need to know how we're going to deal with it. Because again, I do know for a fact that there are, at least in our cases, we may have at least one medical exemption or two, or more, because there are a few people, as we indicated, who chose not to respond to the survey. And then there could potentially be some religious exemptions, which by law we must comply with. So that would be my general opinion and or I guess recommendation moving forward, that if we decide, or if the board should decide that that's the direction that we move in, those two answers, the answers to those questions must be identified. I can say that, for example, there's a city that there are some cases where the liability has already been questioned. I think it was the state of Texas, where some nurses, but again, that was a medical facility, that were let go. And I think a judge upheld the discipline or the letting go of the employees. But again, that was in a medical setting. So an argument could be made by an individual that, and then I was also advised that another exemption that most have not thought of at this point is that there are some employees who would say that they don't want to receive the vaccination because it has not been FDA approved. It's been approved under emergency use only. So that's
Right.
an exemption that's also something that also needs to be considered.
Yeah,
So
Michelle, I was going to point out, Michelle, that on the DFEH, the state agency recommendation, it does specifically identify employees receiving an FDA-approved COVID-19 vaccination, which my understanding is it's supposed to happen the next month or so.
that is
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, I just think there's further discussion that needs to be had about it. I think, certainly what Director Alvarez is suggesting, makes sense, but I think we need to discuss all of it, especially if there's some employees who refuse to do it, not based on the exemptions. What does that mean moving forward? So we can make a decision that's, that includes all of those, as many issues that we think could come out of this decision. So that's my recommendation to the president, that we discuss it further in closed session. The liability issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, I have a
Concerning,
question.
go ahead.
Can this be added by a vote of 4/5 of the board, or 100% of the board, to the closed session today for discussion, so that we can come back to this item? Since it is an item on the agenda and it requires some additional discussion in closed session, per your opinion.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Steve.
Steve, you're on mute.
I apologize. Yes, the board could take action to add this to this agenda, but it would need a separate motion that the need to take action arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. And then if the board takes that action, we could add this to your closed session item as I have to scroll back up to the top of the agenda. It would be another potential litigation item under section 54956.9. So the short answer, Director Alvarez, is if there is a motion to add this to the agenda on the basis that the need to take action arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda, it could be added.
I will make that motion.
I'll make them, well, I'll second it.
It's been moved in second. Item, and how would it be agendized?
It would be another item under closed session. Let me just scroll up to the back of the top of the agenda. It would be an addition to item 14A. It would be, instead of 2 cases, it would be 3 cases. And the motion's been moved and seconded, Director Williams, so this motion also requires a roll call vote.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Director Gloria Gray,
Yes.
Director Desi Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Scott Houston, Director Don Deere,
Yes.
President Harold Williams.
Yes.
Okay, given that, then maybe this item should then continue, and we'll continue with the rest of the agenda and come back to this item after we come back from closed session.
Yes. Then that takes us to
Yes, President Williams,
Item
that
B.
takes us to item number 8F. And that begins-
I'm sorry, yes.
That begins on packet page 86. And the item is related to a resolution number 07211136 to implement shortage level 1 of the 2021 water shortage contingency plan. And we have our water policy analyst, Matt Vey, here at the meeting to present this item.
Great. Thank you, EJ. President Williams and members of the board. As EJ mentioned, I have about a 5-minute presentation that I'll be going through, and then at the end of that, we'll be asking you to consider adopting a resolution to activate the district's water shortage contingency plan and enter into a shortage level 1 as part of that plan. As EJ said, we're on packet page 86. So I'll begin now. By now, most Californians are pretty well aware that the state's water supplies are being impacted by a second year of intensifying drought conditions, not only here in California, but throughout the Western United States. All of the states attached to the Colorado River are being impacted. Just last week, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recently released an updated drought outlook forecast that shows drought conditions are expected to linger for the remainder of this year and go into 2022. 50 out of the 58 counties in the state of California are currently under existing drought emergencies. Although with that said, Los Angeles County and most of the other counties in Southern California are not among those agencies that are under the drought emergency. Currently, the drought status in Los Angeles County is classified as extreme, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor. This is the second highest or second most severe level of drought classification, with the exceptional level being the highest. And we are beginning to see some of the northern parts of LA County begin to creep into that exceptional drought status. On July 8th, Governor Newsom issued a statewide executive order calling on all Californians to voluntarily reduce their water use by 15%. And this is from 2020 levels. And our 2020 water use is already significantly down from the last drought of 2014 to 2016. So it is a big ask. It is voluntary, but it is a big ask and will require big measures on all of our parts. So in response to that order, Metropolitan voiced its support for the governor's call for voluntary actions as a prudent means of stretching their available water storage reserves in the metropolitan service area. So far, the water districts in Northern California have been harder hit by drought conditions than the water districts in our region, with some of the districts in Northern California calling for mandatory restrictions of as much as 40%. As for our region, Metropolitan has continued to state that imported water supplies are expected to remain reliable due to ongoing investments in water storage, as well as investments in local supply projects such as West Basin's recycled water program by all member agencies and other retail water suppliers. However, I do want to note that Metropolitan is also currently updating its integrated resources plan. And part of that analysis has shown that some areas of the metropolitan service area, specifically those areas that only receive imported water from the state water project, so not from the Colorado River, but solely from the state water project, could be at risk of shortage conditions under some scenarios in the future. And that's something that Metropolitan is continuing to study and evaluate. One of the agencies that meets such a profile is Las Virgenes Municipal Water District, which is very close or may even be adjacent to the northern borders of the West Basin service area, and which in June activated its own water shortage contingency plan in order to reduce water use and increase reliability in their service area. So as a result, there are several factors that we believe support an action by the board to take us kind of beyond our current measures, what we're doing, in order to further stretch our imported water supplies, and in the process, mitigate some of that strain or potential strain on Metropolitan's imported water supplies in the future, which could serve to help some of our fellow Metropolitan member agencies. So how do we do that? Well, in June, as you know, the board approved a new water shortage contingency plan, which helps the district plan for and address current and expected water shortage situations. Therefore, staff is seeking to activate our water shortage contingency plan based on the increasing severity of the drought, the governor's request for a voluntary 15% reduction in statewide water use, and Metropolitan's request to initiate voluntary demand reduction efforts on behalf of customers to help preserve the existing water storage reserves in DVL, or Diamond Valley Lake, and the other reservoirs in the area. So the water shortage contingency plan of West Basin details the key water shortage response actions and communication protocols that may be implemented to ensure reliable water supplies in the West Basin service area during various types of water shortage. This plan includes 6 standard water shortage levels that complies with kind of the state's guidelines, and with each of those levels corresponding to increasingly severe shortage conditions as compared to normal reliability conditions. So level 1 is the first, kind of the bottom first level of shortage, up to a level 6, which is greater than a 50% expected shortage. So it should be noted that we are not in a true water shortage condition because of our investments in local supplies and Metropolitan's storage reserves, current storage reserves. So really, this is more of a proactive measure. And I would mention that Las Virgenes, which did already move to a level 1 of their water shortage contingency plan, they also did it not as a shortage situation, but again, as a proactive measure. So in doing this, most other SoCal water agencies have not yet implemented this type of action. So we would be considered kind of, to quote unquote, an early adopter of this. Therefore, staff is recommending at this time that the board implement shortage level 1 of the water shortage contingency plan. That's kind of the first step, and then evaluate and see what happens in the coming months. So there's several shortage response actions, as I mentioned, that may be implemented, but the recommended action at this time is to initiate expanded public outreach and education activities focused on the drought, water use reductions throughout the service area, in order to increase awareness about these conditions and the need to preserve our existing water supply storage levels. A more aggressive public outreach campaign will be supported by the corresponding communication protocols taken from the water shortage contingency plan, as well as targeted communication strategies and tactics that are currently being developed as part of an updated drought communications plan. This drought communications plan will be shared with the board next month, but planning is already well underway, with the Public Information and Education Department leading that effort, but working closely with Water Policy and Resources to develop that plan. Now, having heard some of the comments earlier in the meeting by Director Alvarez and others, another part of this plan could be to implement some of the conservation and water efficiency measures that he mentioned. So those kind of measures would be added into our plan going forward. So the focus of all this, on all these communications, would be to aid in the promotion of water conservation as a way of life goals that are under state law, and to communicate the availability of our water efficiency and conservation programs to help people achieve those sustainable long-term water use reductions. I also want to mention that West Basin does have the authority to implement mandatory water use reductions through our drought rationing plan. However, again, we want this to be kind of the initial step. There's no immediate water shortage crisis that we're facing, and so there is no recommendation at this time to activate the drought rationing plan. Any mandatory actions would likely be reserved for the future should conditions continue to dramatically worsen, or if Metropolitan Water District implements its water supply allocation plan, which it last did in 2015. But they have not indicated the plan to do so anytime immediately. So there are some potential impacts, financial impacts of implementing the shortage level 1 of the water shortage contingency plan. First is there could be a reduction in expenditures due to less imported water purchases from Metropolitan. There could be an associated reduction in revenues due to less imported water sales to our customer agencies. And then also there could be an increase in expenditures to support the expanded levels of public outreach, as well as the conservation and water efficiency programs if we were to put more money in there, recognizing that there is some offset by the memberships, reduction in memberships that was talked about earlier in the meeting. So to summarize, staff supports a board action today to activate our water shortage contingency plan and to enter into a shortage level 1, and also to implement a district-wide drought communications plan to begin raising awareness of drought and the need for voluntary water use reductions within our various communities, and to engage our various stakeholder groups, which includes our customer agencies, all of the cities in our service area, the general public, and the media to help spread that message. So before you today is a resolution that would put this plan into motion. And that concludes my prepared remarks. Please let me know if there are any questions.
Director? I want to tell Matt that was a very thorough report. Thank you very much, Matt. I'm not concerned about the loss of revenue because we have Desi on board here. He'll save the money. He'll find out where to save the money from, so we can make cuts again if we have to. Would it be in order to? You want to have questions first, or should we make a motion on this?
Either way.
I'll move that we adopt the staff's recommendation.
There's a motion to
Plan.
adopt
I'll
staff's
second
recommendation,
I'll second the motion.
and that's been seconded by Director Alvarez. Questions? Questions on the motion? Sure.
No question, just a comment. I think this is what we should do. I think it's good that we're as quick as possible and proactive. And I do understand it basically pulls the trigger, Matt, for a number of things to start happening for staff and such. Although I think one of the things that should be done sooner than later would be, assuming it passes today, how quickly you all put out this information, whether, with the press release, with social media, et cetera, just so people already know in the service area we're starting to move forward and take some action. And then, of course, I know at the committee meeting next month, you'll probably tell us what you have done since this meeting leading up to that time. So that'd be my only comment. Again, assuming this passes today, but I think it's the right thing for us to do.
Anyone else? All right, we'll call for the question.
We have a point of discussion. I'd like to go back to one thing that Matt addressed and that was raised at the prior, one of the prior items that we discussed. And that's the issue of when implementing this, it needs to go hand in hand with an expanded water conservation program. We do have budgeted money, or we did have budgeted money that we're not spending on memberships. I would like, and if we need to amend the motion, that the maker of the motion, if he would do so, but that the money that was saved by removing it from the membership account, that would be directed to the water conservation program. I would like to see it specifically targeted to the grass replacement program, with a focus that staff work on prioritizing expenditures for grass replacement and those census tracts of the district that are at or below the median county household income.
That's a,
And I think that is critical, and that it also includes support for increasing the urban forests, because I think trees will, in the long term, also help in the overall water conservation arena. And then the last issue is that we talked about money, etc. I don't want to see any additional money spent by expanding the projects. I think that the program should be expanded, but they should be done within the allowable resources that we've already have committed to them. So if that needs to be an amendment to the motion, then I would ask to make
I
a
think
motion.
to General Counsel, that's a pretty extensive motion. So how do we get that to reasonable motion?
Well, if we, as I understand it, was Director Alvarez was presenting a friendly amendment to the maker of the motion to direct those funds in a particular way. If staff is clear on what that direction is, then the maker of the motion has the option to accept that friendly amendment, and as does the mover of the, excuse me, the party that seconded the motion or the original motion.
So how would that friendly motion be?
Don't ask me to repeat it, no.
President Williams,
Yes.
if I could, obviously, I think that Director Alvarez provided great feedback and I think some good direction. It might allow, or I might ask for some time to work with our staff to come back with a specific recommendation when we talk about our grass removal rebate.
Yes.
We do extremely well with that. We actually increased our budget from the last fiscal year. So there's enough funding in there that would exceed how much grass was removed last year. Although we're in a drought, you know, I could see people being motivated to do that. But if you could give us until August, we could come back as part of our water conservation update with some specific recommendations to meet what Director Alvarez is asking for, which is a low income water use efficiency targeted program geared towards grass replacement. And of course, we could do a little bit of research when it comes to the urban forest program, because there are some programs that we could work with as far as planting trees. So it might be easier from staff's perspective if we separate the two items,
Yes.
do the resolution this time, and I could come back for Director Alvarez.
My comments were actually, I think, consistent with what you're saying, AJ, in that I was asking that staff develop the programs accordingly.
Okay.
That you focus on developing a program that prioritizes census tract at or below the median wide household income, and focus also on urban forests, especially in those communities. So that's to be developed. That was my intent, because I obviously, and yes, in the budget currently, grass replacement's $183,000, but we all know that doesn't go very far.
Correct.
So if we can really focus and reach out to these communities, I think it would be beneficial to all of us.
So President Williams, I misunderstood Director Alvarez's comments. So as I understand it now, it was not a proposal for a friendly amendment. The resolution, as stated, is before the board.
Okay. So, but you got it directed for.
Yes, and staff has taken direction. We'll implement that. And we'll bring an update in August.
Oh, very good. All right, thank you. Is that clear? Okay, then we call for the question. What? Yeah.
I think it's great, and so you'll have an update, I guess, at the next publication, probably.
Correct.
Assuming it's passes today, though, you guys will make an announcement. What, like tomorrow, give or take?
Yes, staff has an approved press release ready to go.
Right.
So we'll look at the timing of this because it's almost 4 p.m. So we may release it tomorrow, but I'll consult our public information team on that. But we're ready.
All right, very good. Then you call for the question?
Yes, Director Gloria Gray,
Yes.
Director Desi Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Scott Houston, Director Don Deere,
Yes.
President Harold Williams.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. This was great. All right, then this takes us to item number 9.
Yes, it does, President Williams. And this is our information calendar. And while that's typically a simple process, I did want to point out, it came to my attention that Director Gloria Gray may need to leave us at 4:30 p.m. And I do know that we have 3 items on our closed session calendar, and we just added a 4th one.
So go ahead.
So it may, if the president would like to consider it, it may make it work for her schedule if we went into closed session and come back for the remaining items.
Yes, we can, without objection, we will recess to closed session at this point.
And EJ,
Yes.
is there a closed session call info? I know there was some discussion this morning about that.
Yes, we have a link that includes a phone number as well. You should have.
Would I have gotten that from Haza or?
What? We'll resend it to you right now.
That would be great. Yeah, I think I only have the open meeting number. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so recess, closed session.
That-
What is it?
Excuse me. Can anyone hear me? DJ, can you hear me?
President Williams, if you could turn your microphone on.
Might be a good idea.
There you go.
Now, can you hear me, Steve?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now we're back in session. So our general counsel will give us will report out on closed session.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met in closed session as described in item 14 on today's agenda. Under 14A, conference with legal counsel concerning 3 items of potential litigation, a report was given to the board. Also under 14B, conference with legal counsel under existing litigation, LA Waterkeeper versus West Basin Municipal Water District, a report was given to the board. That concludes my closed session report.
All right. Well, thank you. We'll go on to item 10. We have a motion to receive and file item 10. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Been seconded by Director Houston. We'll have roll call.
Yes, Director Gloria Gray, Director Desi Alvarez, Director Scott Houston,
Yes.
Director Don Deere,
Yes.
and President Harold Williams.
Yes. Item carries.
And President Williams, I apologize for the confusion, but I do believe that there's a need to go back and address item 8E.
8E. 8E. That's correct. You are right. Right. Item E. 8E.
And Director Williams, if I may, because we've been away from this from this item, I just wanted to set the table where we were. I believe the discussion concerned the vaccination policy, and my understanding is that it's the board's desire to make effective immediately a requirement that all employees must show proof of vaccination, except for those employees who invoke a medical exemption or a religious exemption as identified by the in the board memo, the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, and that if an employee refuses to show proof of vaccination or declares that that employee is unvaccinated, that employee must provide weekly COVID-19 test results to the district.
Who's the second? Scott? So it was moved and seconded, so we have a roll call.
Yes. Director Gloria Gray, Director Desi Alvarez, Director Scott Houston,
Yes.
Director Don Deere,
Yes.
Director Harold Williams.
Yes. Item carries. That takes care of the action calendar. So now we're down to item number 11.
Yes, thank you very much, President Williams. As I just mentioned, as we entered the room, the general manager will submit a written report in order to save some time. And that'll be emailed out this evening.
Well, we will accept that. Thank you. Now to item 13, the AB 12. I missed. No, we just did. Oh, General Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A summary of our services was sent out last night to the directors for the past month. Nothing further to report. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to item 13, AB 1234, reporting compliance. Anyone wants to report?
Sure. Real quick, AB 1234. Since our last meeting, I attended on the 9th of July, the Southern California Water Coalition Executive Committee meeting. That was a teleconference. And then on the 12th of July, I was at the Brewer DeSalter Ad Hoc Committee meeting. And on the 13th of July, I attended the Metropolitan Water District Board meeting by teleconference.
You done? Okay, anyone else?
Submit a written report in the mail tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay. I will submit a written report as well. Thank you very much. Then closed session we have already had. That takes us down to directors' comments, future agenda items. Do you have any? Director of Houston.
Yeah, I'll be very, very fast, but I did want to give you guys a quick update because last Friday, actually EJ Caldwell was there as well to the Southern California Water Coalition. They had their a luncheon and a board meeting, and I'm on the board. But I wanted to let you guys know of just a couple really quick things. One is I'm very happy that the Southern California Water Coalition, we actually created a new task force. We have another task force, but this one's an equity task force, and it's actually co-chaired by Anatoly Falagan from Long Beach and Aquanetta Warren, who is the mayor of Fontana. Yep. So those are two co-chairs. Our board discussed this about 2 months ago, and we all thought it was just a really great idea to create this new equity task force. And here we are, lo and behold, we authorized it. And then they also had a panel. That was the panel discussion too on Friday at the luncheon. But it was the first time the Water Coalition's been together in person in over 1.5 years, give or take. EJ can attest that it was very well attended, even though we all drove out to Ontario. And it was, I think everybody was in a good mood to get back in the groove. This was really a welcome discussion and conversation, and we're all very excited it's going to move forward. And lastly, just so you guys know, because we had a few changes on the trustees. So, Aquanetta obviously has come on board. Anatoly moved into a different role with one of his positions switching task force. And last but not least, we added a couple new board members. So Sandra Curl, who's the general manager from San Diego Water Authority, she's now part of the Southern California Water Coalition, heading up, part of the Colorado River Task Force. Actually, she's the chair. We also added Adel Haji Khalil, obviously new chair of Metropolitan. He will be the new Met representative at the coalition. And we had a change out. Joe Byrne will be replaced by Patrick Skahan. just get some scheduling issues for the second vice chair seat. So, but a lot of good momentum moving with the coalition, and so I'll try and keep you all posted as we go in the next couple months.
Thank you. Director Gier, Director Alvarez. None. Here I have I have a memoriam adjournment in the name of Robert Mitchell Sr. He was a member of the Veterans Commission with the City of Carson and a longtime friend. So I think you have his name because we did a certificate, a memoriam certificate, and you can get his name, spelling of his name from Julie. With that, we stand adjourned.
Thank you very much.
Oh, now I got to sign this stuff.